I was just about to link your stream in Heaton's chat.
Oh, okay.
Turtles. Also, we have a CC.
Oh, hello, Cece. Alright. So... let's just... keep this up. Oh, I guess I don't need my mouse for this. Oh, hey, Big Mac! As soon as I start the stream, you subscribe to me again. Is this gonna be a trend? I mean, I appreciate it, but
that frame 1 subscription.
Yeah, frame 1 subscription. That's legend. Your subscriptions are legendary, man. All right, so let me just prime the Shredder's Revenge soundtrack, because of course we're gonna listen to that soundtrack after this one. All right. 3 a.m. All right, so as you can tell, we are drawing the Ninja Turtles. So Leonardo, Donatello, Raphael. Who's the 4th one? Oh yeah, Shredder. No, Michelangelo. But I've been teasing this for a while, and I decided to hell with it. I'm just gonna do it today. So we are drawing the Turtles as Pokemon. Or rather...
Yo, did you just forget about me, dude?
I usually say hello while sharing my sub, yeah. Yeah, it's just nice to see. Okay, so we're drawing Leo as a shiny war turtle, because if any of the turtles were to be shiny, it would be Leo. Donny is gonna be a Turtwig, because, you know, I figured that, you know, with him being usually the nicest turtle, usually the most polite one, the most methodical one, it would make sense for him to be a Turtwig. Conversely, Raphael is a Grodel, because, you know, they're decently big, decently bulky, and, in terms of performance, Raph usually is, on the slow side. He is the strongest, but he's also the slowest turtle, depending on the adaptation, of course. Actually, in Turtles in Time, the soundtrack we're listening to now, the game, he's actually the fastest attacker, so if you're starting out, he or Leo is actually your best pick. But anyway, Mikey is a Squirtle, of course.
Yep. It's funny, because, you know, I think another one you could have gone with Raph is, Dreadnought.
Yeah, Dreadnought could have been a good one. Actually, I guess just for the rugged appearance alone, and since Grodel is also based off a snapping turtle anyway, I figured, Dreadnought would be good for Slash. Yeah. Depending on how this goes. Okay, so we need to figure out how to frame this. Should we just go for a standard front view, or should we reference a comic panel?
I'd say reference a comic panel just for the fan service.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, we just need to look up some good panels. So we could either reference the first issue's cover, or we can reference a certain shot. Let me try to find one on my phone, and then I'll send it to the chat.
You see Jordan, they say, if this isn't the movie poster, someone's getting fired.
Yeah, if this isn't the poster shot, someone's getting fired.
And I think someone did get fired, because it was not the poster shot.
No.
You had one job.
So, if I can talk honestly about Rise of TMNT, it's really good for what it is, but I think the problem with it is that not only did it come off hot on the heels of the original comic. Sorry, I'm looking at comic panels walls. Off of TMNT 2012, I should say. But it was also radically different in a lot of ways. I should be more accurate. It was very different in a lot of ways. For example, I guess they listened to Partners in Crime's Turtle Power, because when they heard Raphael, he's the leader of the group, they took it literally. Yeah. That's the popular joke with it, but I mean, if you look at it as its own thing, then it's honestly amazing. It's really good. But yeah, the only crime it had was, you know, it was way too experimental for its own good. Not that it dishonors the legacy, because it's every bit as wacky as every other Turtles incarnation. But I think it's better to watch it after you've watched another incarnation, because people who are just getting into the show, you're probably going to turn them off from showing them Rise to TMNT, or not. Depends on the person. But as a safe bet, I would show them 2012 first. There's a particularly good one. Hang on, almost done searching. Technodrome, XXL. This is as far as I've gotten in Turtles in Time, because I have been playing it on and off on this amazing emulator Alec gave me, you know, as thanks for helping him out with the wedding months ago.
Therefore, CC.
Bye, CC. Let's see. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. I may or may not also be vibing to this this amazing soundtrack. It still holds up today. You know, as a game, Turtles in Time is fine, but I'm only speaking, because I never played it myself before. I've seen it in action. But, I never got to play it for myself until recently, and I know this is an unfair comparison to make, but, Shredder's Revenge is just way better. Bar none. Not like it's not even comparable. But it is still a good game. Like don't get that confused, but I would say that it's hard to come back to. Also, this is probably my favorite song in the whole soundtrack. It's called Technodrome Going Up, I think.
Like T-Lope's doing that work.
No. T-Lope's worked on Shredder's Revenge. Yeah. Oh wait, that's what you meant. Sorry.
Yeah. That's what I said.
Yeah. Is that not what I said? Sorry about that.
He's like, T-Lope's worked on the soundtrack. T-Lope's worked on the soundtrack.
Not sorry.
I think T-Lope's worked on the soundtrack.
You can tell that I am shit when it comes to multitasking.
No, I was trying to make a sly reference. Like, isn't that what I just said?
Yeah. Oh, finally, there it is. Sorry, I've been looking in the wrong places until finally I I just decided, fuck it, let's just go to the TMNT wiki, and there we go. Plenty of photos.
Also, yes, Jen, I remember that movie. I remember that existed.
Oh, hey, Crystal. I'm doing okay, just a little tired from online classes yesterday when we were talking about the movie we need to watch it for our discussion. Who remembers that weird anti-drug movie TMNT were in, with the Muppets and other cartoon characters? Yeah, I remember it. I think Mikey was the one that was prominently shown.
Yes.
Yeah. The other turtles, I don't think they were there. I don't know, but I just remember Mikey was in it.
Which is rather ironic, because Mikey's the one everyone makes the drug jokes about.
Yeah, that's hella ironic. You're absolutely right. If I can be honest, they kind of, for the 80s cartoon, I think they kind of missed the part where, the turtles were supposed to be teenagers. But, that is where Rise and 2012 got right, because they actually do act like teens, because, you know, that's what they are. I still remember the anti-drug propaganda I was fed when I was a kid. I mean, yeah, don't do drugs, but try not to do whatever you did last time. Okay, so we have 3 possible options here. So the first one is just the straight-up comic panel. The first one is the comic cover, I should say. Sorry. Confused my C words for some reason. The comic cover, where, you know, they're posing on a building. It's really cool. 2012 also references this, and it is amazing. Hang on, give it a bit. Give it a bit. There we go. And then next up is the pose where all the turtles are, like, jumping in the air and posing with their weapons. And then there's this one where in the Mirage comics they were going over their origin stories, and Splinter was, you know, naming them off one by one. You know, Leonardo, Donatello, Michelangelo, and Raphael. Which I've also been watching clips of the original 90s movie, and holy shit, it's way better than I thought. I mean, I already loved it when I was a kid, but it was... I think it's so good that you can even just watch it by itself, and you'll still enjoy it. And it does take a lot of cues from the Mirage comics, so... yeah, it just one-upped TMNT 2003 just by existing first. Ah shit, one of the images is a GIF. I don't think I can open this one. We'll try. Okay. To anyone wondering what movie we were talking about, it was about Selena Perez. Also, happy early 20th anniversary, Sly. Since tomorrow it's his anniversary along with a few other characters and things like Nintendo's anniversary and Amy Rose and Metal Sonic's birthday. Oh yeah, because, you know, they did make an appearance. Yeah, okay, as I thought. Hang on, we're almost set up here, guys.
Also, happy birthday to Monica.
Yeah, happy birthday to Monica, aka, for those unfamiliar with the, side game, Doki Doki Literature Club's Resident Psychotic.
No, she's a victim.
A victim who killed her friends.
Yeah, a victim of a social experiment.
Yeah, just because they wanted to do it. Scientists.
It's like, hey, wouldn't it be a funny meme if we just gave an AI sentience? What could possibly go wrong?
Oh, you know, everything. Let's do it anyway. And then they died.
It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Everything! No, like, have Yoda say it. Everything! Oh, wait, I've been doing the wrong button combination. Ugh. You can tell that I am rusty when it comes to streaming. Okay, there we go. That's how you screenshot. I'm doing this because Clip Studio can't open every file, apparently. As soon as we finish this up, the sooner we can get started. We're just getting the preamble out of the way. Just Monica.
It's like, whose birthday is it? Just Monica's.
Yeah. Hey! Hey! So I'm aware that the arcade version of Turtles in Time, used the, original voices from the 80s cartoon to voice the Turtles, but I swear only Rob Paulson, contributed, because, you know, he was Raph in the 80s cartoon, and Donny in the 2012 incarnation, but I swear that he was the only one providing his voice, because I can't tell the difference between any of the Turtles. So among the things I can talk about freely, it's Ninja Turtles. Great. 80s pop culture that I wasn't around for, but I was a fan of the 2003 show. I didn't watch it religiously, but I did make sure to stay and watch when it was on. Okay, these are almost done.
Issue with interesting, and I don't know if this is something I don't know if it's something you would agree with, but I know when Just Stop was talking about Rise of TMNT with his whole Nicktoons video, he made a comment about how 2003 April O'Neil was his favorite.
Yeah, she's pretty cool. In the original comics, that's true. What's true to her character is that April was actually a scientist, or rather, Stockman's lab assistant, before she met the Turtles. So in terms of accuracy, she's pretty good. I kind of feel like in some places she's just Donatello with boobs, though. So do with that what you will.
I mean, listen, I take that over 2012.
Yeah, I think most of us would. I mean, I know 2012 April has her fans, but at the same time, there's better Aprils. Like, Rise April is a better example of a teenage April, alright? Like, she is miles... Like, Rise April is miles better than 2012 April. I could get into why, but I don't want to spoil things for my friends, because at some point we are going to watch the 2012 incarnation. Yeah. Okay. So, chat, finally. Oh, Realm's a tad quiet. I can fix that. Alright, Brian, say things.
Things!
There we go. Alright, hang on just a little bit more. There we go. Oh, it got cut off. Like, where no turtle has gone before. Wait a minute, I wasn't finished. Okay. Now we are ready to get started. So, chat, I have a question for all of you. What should we use for our base? So, again, the, cover to the first comic, this panel, or the introductory panels of the Turtles. Honestly, there's a lot of anniversaries and birthdays on September 23rd. Yeah. Oh, Jen, you want to go for number 3? So, this one? Oh, you both want number 3. Okay. Alright. Number 3 it is. We can do that. Alright. Okay. And before we start the construction of this stupid idea. Let's I did use the 2012 Turtles as a basis, but I think it's because while Rise does a really good job completely diversifying them, this is a lot more subdued and definitely more my speed. So as you can see, Leo has an average build. He's lean, but he's not twiggy, and he's muscular, but he's not, you know, buff like Raph. He's just right. He's also significantly smoother, and he's got a lot more straights versus curves compared to his other brothers, which fits because, you know, Leo is the personification of balance. What do you think of TMNT 3? Never saw it, don't want to. The first movie is enough for me. I heard the second movie was good, but let's just say their version of Super Shredder is nowhere near as good as the 2012 version. Or, actually, the Turtles in Time version. Anyway, next we're going to Donny. So, obviously, he's the, as you can expect, since he's more the science guy compared to his brothers, he's not as strong as the other turtles. In fact, in 2012, he's the tallest and lankiest turtle. But he himself can tell you he's svelte. And yeah, so basically he's long boy, which fits because he has the bow staff as his weapon. Next we have Raph. He's the bulkiest and the stockiest turtle. In 2012 in particular, he's also among the shortest of the turtles. His plastron obviously is also taking the most damage compared to his brothers. He actually got this crack on his plastron since he was a baby. Yeah, pretty easy to summarize. And Mikey is just perfect. He's adorable. He's got freckles. He's round. Easy to summarize. Alright. Exactly, round friend. And, Cyranioli knew this, so that's why he has the freckles. Alright, here we go. Alright, I think we got this part squared away. But just to be certain... Ba 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 ba. Cowabunga.
Cowabango.
Booyakasha! Yeah, that was Mikey's battle cry in the 2012 version. It took a bit to get used to, but it actually works for that version of Mikey. Okay. Now, without further ado, let's get started. Alright.
Ah, this is a classic.
Yeah. Possibly the only good thing to come out of the, coming out of our Shells tour. This is the, SNES version of Pizza Power, and they included it in this game.
Now all that's missing is, ow! no, my toe, my toe!
My toe, my toe! Yeah, wait till you get to sewer surfing. Which is the, third level. Which, the first time I played it, I sucked at it. I mean, obviously enough, but, if you know what you're doing, then you can get through it pretty fine, but I swear there's this one part where you can't avoid a certain obstacle. I don't know how to get around it. Alright. So here's what we'll do. We'll copy-paste this and then use it strictly as a reference layer. You know, I'm noticing that this soundtrack really likes to use the snare tool, the snare. Yeah, like, hear it?
Yeah.
Bang! Bang! And that ought to do it. Alrighty. So we don't need that here anymore. Alright, so keep in mind, I'm not gonna outright copy these designs, but rather just take inspiration from them. But I guess while I do, I guess I can go over the things I know about TMNT trivia, so this is gonna be fun, given my speech pattern. So, I guess we can start with Leo, who, as some of you may know, is my favorite turtle. I absolutely love Leo. You know, he's brave, he's spiritual, he's charismatic. Some people say that he's, you know, the most boring turtle, just because, you know, they look at him, they go, oh, okay, so he's a leader. Anyway, let's get to the more interesting turtles. But no, Leo, if under the right person, can be just as funny as his brothers. Actually, as early as 2003, believe it or not. Well, to be more accurate, he was also funny in the 80s cartoon, but since I don't know it, I'm gonna use 2003 as a basis. So, when he was going off on his own to, investigate the whereabouts of the foot, I believe? I forget the context, but I know there's one scene where, he, was off on his own, and someone from the foot, sent him, you know, a letter, and an arrow. He picks it up and goes, okay, so this isn't your regular mail. I guess this is what Mikey would call airmail. Leonardo said that. So don't let anyone fool you into thinking he's the most boring turtle, because he's not. He is clearly not. And in 2012, they really take it up a notch. And like, he has some pretty hilarious lines too. And hilarious moments, actually. Because there's one instance where he was trying to, you know, tell his brothers to be quiet. He does that a lot in Season 1. But in Season 1 in particular, while they were out skateboarding, you know, while they were grounded, no less, Leo is trying to remind them, hey, we're ninjas. We're supposed to be, you know, silent. And then he just goes on a completely, out of nowhere, you know, accident-prone, pain train, where he falls into a greenhouse, and then he runs into a beehive. Like, he hits the beehive, gets thrown out the window off a skateboard, and then he lands in a dumpster. And then Raphael just looks over the building with his other brothers, and he goes, "That wasn't very silent, Leo." But yeah, actually, one thing I can say is, at least in as far as the 90s movie is concerned, so you guys know the scene where Raph squares off against all of the Foot at once, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, originally that was supposed to be Leonardo. They changed it for the 90s movie because I think they wanted it to make it clear that they wanted Raph to be the main character for some reason. I mean, not that I have a problem with it. I like Raph. But to be accurate, he was the one who fought the Foot and, you know, got thrown through April's apartment building. But yeah. Then they go to the farm, and then Raph is recovering, and Leo was there watching over him. But yeah, originally it was supposed to be Leo, not Raph. And they mirror that in the 2003 incarnation. So, what else? What else can I say about Leo? Oh yeah, his weapons. So, commonly Leo is seen with a pair of katana blades, right? Well, to be more accurate, his weapons flip-flop between, let's see. So, his weapons actually flip-flop between, you know, the katana, you know, this sort of weapon, you know, the curved blades. Yeah, hang on, let's make it more accurate. Yeah, the curved blades. Sometimes he is shown with the Ninjato swords, which are, you know, short, straight, you know, short, straight, and filled with lots of fancy gadgets. So yeah, Leo actually doesn't really stick to katanas. Like in 2003 alone, he actually has Ninjato there, and specifically in the 2007 movie, he was given swords that are known as the Ninja Kin, which are, you know, basically Hollywood Ninjato. As far as we know, there's no historical evidence for the Ninja Ken, but there is, at the very least, some historical credence to the Ninjato. But the reason we don't, you know, historians don't know for sure is because, you know, ninja were very secretive, you know, by nature. So naturally, it can be believed that they, you know, disposed of their weapons after, you know, their missions were done. And, you know, some people like to dismiss ninja as, you know, oh, they're just a bunch of hillbillies who decided to go up against their masters. No, ninja were all kinds of people. They even let women in, you know, to specifically train them to be, you know, kunoichi, female ninja. But there's way more to them than that. While many of the weapons are based off of, you know, their old farming equipment, they built them into something else, and I think, if anything, ninja were very, very resourceful people. And they weren't just, you know, stereotypical assassins. No, they were, you know, spies. They were information gatherers. So to dismiss them as any, you know, as something but one thing as opposed to the whole picture, then you don't really know ninjutsu at all.
Also, yeah. By the way, I would like to inform you, Jordan. I have things set up for Saturday.
Oh, neat. Ooh, ooh. Sorry, I love this song. Jaw-breaking news. And appropriately, April is the one who says the title of the stage, because, you know, April is the best character in the game.
Yeah. Hey, Jordan.
Yeah?
Any comments?
Yes, you're great. You're breathtaking.
Oh, welcome back, CC.
I guess CC likes April too.
Yeah. Oh wait, Jordan, I don't know if you saw this one picture I posted on Twitter yesterday.
Let me double check. Leo failed his dex, strength, and stealth check. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's the recent thing I posted for media.
Hang on. Where is it?
It's on Twitter. It's the most recent media I posted.
Oh, yeah, okay. Who named their cat this? I must know! That is awful! And I happened to comment on it. Alright then. So... Wait, where's my... Come on, tablet. You can do it. Oh, funny thing. This theme that's playing right now is called Big Apple 3 PM, which, you know, obviously is a play on Big Apple 3 AM from Turtles in Time. They knew. They knew what they were doing when they named that stage. But that doesn't mean they're making fun of Turtles in Time, guys. They're just, you know, they're poking fun because that's what Ninja Turtles does. It's a stupid series that has fun with itself.
Yeah. I mean, given its very concept.
You know, I said this multiple times, but you are, like, getting upset over a series with 4 talking turtles who are trained in ninjutsu, their master is a rat, and their arch nemesis is a man who's basically a walking kitchen utensil. That's what a shredder is. It's a glorified cheese grater. That's literally what a shredder is. I'm not gonna get too crazy with the details here. So, actually, here's what I'll do. There we go.
Oh boy, the TCG is talking about releasing a set that I think they want you to buy, Jordan.
What's that?
It's nothing but Evolutions.
Oh my god! Evolutions! Are you sure he's not a paper shredder? I'm sure, because Peter Laird and Kevin Eastman, I think when they created the shredder, you know, to be their arch nemesis and all, they were looking around their kitchen, I think, and then they looked at Shredder and said, okay, let's make him a shredder. Ooh! Mutants over Broadway. This is a good one, too. Alright. You know what? Hang on. Let's arrange them in the proper order.
Because of Zawardo, I'm now wanting to hear Kitchen Gun.
Oh. Well, let's listen to the song as is, because it's a great one.
Yeah, but it's like, oh, so this is the track you used.
Yeah. Great song, by the way.
Yeah.
Jen says, hey, Realm. Boop, boop. You get the Glaceon. Jen!
Nah!
Oh, is Glaceon one of your favorite evolutions, or?
Well, I mean, I like Glaceon, but no, she's referencing the fact that she booped me during one of my suffer streams, and I got a Glaceon VMAX.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Which, by the way, thanks to kind donations from my quote-unquote friends, I have enough for possibly another suffer stream.
I thought you said you were gonna abandon them.
I said it was a possibility because of the scalper issue, but, like, I guess people in my friends group are like, no, we'll supply you.
Maybe you should stop hanging out with those people because they don't sound like friends to me.
Well, but Heaton's one of them, and so is Yuki.
Okay, then they're not your friends anymore. I'm sorry. You've been lied to.
Yuki wouldn't lie to me.
I don't trust anyone without a dark side. No, anyway.
Not Yuki Goomba.
Jen says, I want to be a part of that.
You know what? I may even throw in another fun bit too for the streams where anytime I pull a Charizard, we temporarily stop the pack openings, find the card we pulled in my collection, and delete it.
Good.
Like, how dare you appear on my stream? I said I banned you.
Is it just me, or is Squirtles plastering a mess? Yeah, like, take a look at it. And then compare it to War Turtles. Yeah, War Turtles is a lot simpler. Well, what's with all these extra doodle hickeys? Yeah, for War Turtle, it's just down, across, done. For Squirtle, it's just da. It almost looks like it almost looks like a glorified target. So we're going to ignore that.
I've also been thinking sometime later I do another TCG Storytime stream.
Oh, all right.
Because not only has my binder gotten bigger, but there are even some stories in the last stream that I completely forgot to talk about.
Oh, that's fine. All right. Better late than never.
Yeah, like there's just times where it's like I have some of the, I have a list of things in my head, so in the case where people ask me about these things, I'm like, funny you mentioned that, because I've organized myself just in this occasion, and I go off and talking about it, and then 5 hours later, oh fuck, I forgot to list this thing.
Right.
It's like, how do I mentally prepare for things and then still forget about it?
At least for me, that's DMing 101.
Yeah, the worst part is you tell yourself that you're gonna do something and then you just not do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, I have no excuse. I literally told myself over and over that I was gonna do this thing.
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Anyway, so I'm not gonna do this. Wait, what?
It's like, wait, I feel like I'm forgetting something.
Speaking of forgetting something, I forgot to give Leo his tail. Right, trivia. I learned something recently about Mikey. So we're going back to the 90s movie for a sec to talk about this. So obviously there is a bit of a training montage for the turtles, while they're recuperating on the farm. Mikey has something interesting. So there was a deleted scene, with some of the cuts still making it into the movie, where Mikey is seen to be, training the most vigorously. And this is actually something in the comics, where April in her journal writes down how Mikey seems to be taking this whole loss the worst, so he's also training the hardest. And they show there's photo evidence of Mikey hitting a sandbag, a punching bag for training purposes. Mm-hmm. And obviously in the comic he absolutely dismantles the thing. But in the movie, there's a scene where we see a turtle in darkness, standing on the roof of the barn, yelling Splinter. They had Raph's actor do it, but if you look closely, he's wearing nunchaku on his belt. That was supposed to be Mikey. So, yeah, I think that would have added a lot of layers to Mikey's personality in that movie, because, you know, there's a scene between him and Donny where they were, you know, having a talk about Splinter telling them, hey, kids, one day I'm not going to be here anymore, and you're going to have to rely on each other. And the reason I'm training you is so you can defend yourselves from a world that will never accept you. And Donnie is like, you know, hey, Mikey, do you ever think about what Splinter said tonight? I mean, about what he said. You know, not having him. And Mikey just brushed it off to be funny, but then later on in the movie, you know, while they were meditating and they had a talk with Splinter, he was shown to be crying the hardest. If they kept that scene, you know, of him in the barn, you know, just completely thrashing the thing, it would have added a lot to his character. I mean, he's still great as is, but it seemed like, for some reason, they seemed really committed with having Mikey be, quote-unquote, the funny one.
Oh yeah, Crystal's Dwarf Girl said, oh, did I tell you guys I got an early birthday gift?
Oh, what is it?
Yeah. Also, happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday.
And I feel like that's just generally a problem, like, I feel like a good number of directors have when it comes to their characters who they strictly want to be a comic relief character.
Yeah, and honestly, the 2012 version of Mikey is nothing but the funny guy. Sometimes he has, you know, heartwarming moments, but those are super very few and far between. Like, yeah. He's never not stupid.
Yeah. Like, you know, she said, I just got a new figure. Nice.
Cool.
Yeah, but yeah, like, I know you haven't played this trilogy of games yet, Jordan, but, like, my punching bag for bad comic relief character, well, honestly, is always going to be Sparks from the Legend of Spyro trilogy.
Yeah, they can't even get his voice actor right.
Yeah, well, not even just that, but more so just that the worst kind of way to make a comic relief character is someone who thinks that every single line they say has to come off as funny.
Which, if you know anything about writing a character who's known to have snark or, you know, any type of style of humor, the trick is to not overdo it and, you know, make them a character, not, you know, a walking pile of outdated jokes, because otherwise you're gonna lose your audience fast. For some people, you know, a character who consistently keeps things light is a good thing, but while that's true, you also have to consider, okay, who are they as a person, and what could we do as writers to challenge their worldview?
Yeah, and in fact, I'd say the best example of a comic relief character is Sokka.
Absolutely, yes, because not only is he the smart guy, he's also decently funny. But even so, when we first meet him, he's easily the most pessimistic out of him and Katara, because, you know, he doesn't immediately trust Aang as far as he can throw him, yeah. Or try to. Okay, what's going on here?
But it's like the other thing too that Sokka has compared to like comic relief characters that are done badly is he actually gets a character arc.
He does.
Yeah, so like they build more upon him than just, you know, oh, he's the funny guy. Like he actually has more to his character.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Whereas like unlike Sparks in the Legends trilogy, where it's literally just, okay, I have to say everything like it's a joke, because then people will think I'm funny.
which more often than not backfires in your face.
Yeah, it also especially didn't help that in A New Beginning, David Spade was bad.
Oh yeah, I can only imagine.
Yeah, like, no hyperbole to you guys. There is a moment where you're fighting the first boss in the game. The boss awakens. Sparks is flying towards Spyro, and this is deadass his inflection.
He probably saw the script for this game, and just said paycheck.
Which is funny because it's like the other voice actors that they got in the game, like, they're super big name people. Like, they got Elijah Woods, Gary Oldman.
Correction, Elijah Wood, not Woods.
Yeah, Elijah Wood. Yeah, Elijah Wood, Gary Oldman, Kevin Michael Richardson. They got Cree Summers.
Holy shit.
Like, they got big name voice actors. And, like, David Spade isn't new to voice acting in cartoons. Like, he was, I mean, for God's sakes, he was Cusco.
Yeah, so, yeah, let that be a testament. Either the actor doesn't care, or it's the director that causes them to fail.
Yeah, so, I'm just sitting here and I'm like, what was the director's seat like for this?
Yeah, it makes you wonder. I like roof runner reptiles.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. I have a bit of a dumb idea.
Yeah.
So for Donnie, since, you know, I'm basing him off a Turtwig, what if I tie his bandana around the stem of his twig? Which is especially fitting because the 2012 version of Donnie, at least, when he emotes, his bandana tends to emote with him. Like, there's a scene where he's yelling at Mikey because, you know, Leatherhead grabbed him by the face, so he's like, "You seem to forget that he grabbed me by the face, so let me remind you, he grabbed me by the face!" And, to give a quick illustration of what he did, okay, so he points to himself, and his bandana do this. They point up. It's a Super Sailor Moon figure, and she's on the moon holding the silver crystal. I posted the picture on Discord if anyone wants to see it. All right, great. Actually, on topic with Donnie, what interesting thing can I say about him? Out of all the turtles, I will say that, Donnie had the biggest glow up in Rise of TMNT, because, you know, typically when people are writing Donatello, they tend to write him as the smart guy who's also the most polite, but in the 90s movie, they had him, you know, be a comic relief along with Mikey, which is interesting, but in Rise, not only did they, make him, you know, kind of, you know, confident in his scientific abilities, but they also made him a really, really good representation of people on the spectrum. Like, yeah, he stims, he hyper-focuses, but his brothers don't yell at him for it and tell him to, you know, like, hey, don't do that, that's bad. No, they love him exactly as he is, and that's really cool.
Yeah. Actually, I think before you joined the call for our Monkey Kid binge, I think Danny actually expressed interest in checking out Rise.
Okay. Which is cool, but I think if we're gonna do that, I want to show her a more quintessential version of the Turtles first before going in Rise.
Yeah.
Because otherwise she's gonna be lost. which actually, yeah, again, it goes into my talk earlier, where, yeah, Rise is a really good series for what it is, but at the same time, if you're getting people into TMNT, it's probably not the best, starting place, because, like it or not, TMNT is ingrained into pop culture, and, a lot of people have their own ideas on how TMNT should be, you know, interpreted. And look no further than the respective opening theme songs. There's a reason why the 80s version is like so memorable, because, you know, it ingrains in your head, okay, this is what I'm watching, and this is what we're gonna do. Okay, I can memorize this. The other versions have their own spins on it, but TMNT 2003, for what it is probably the least memorable song. And let's face it, it's corny as fuck. For the time, it was cool, but nowadays, I can't seem to listen to the 2003 theme without thinking, oh god, I liked this as a kid. The song, not the show. The show is fine. But then Rise is indicative of TMNT, though it's obviously very different. And 2012, you know, it has the original chorus, but other than that, it's very, very much its own thing. It's got a sick rap beat, though, and, you know, I don't memorize a lot of songs, because I don't have a very good ear for lyrics, but I can do this on the top of my head. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Here we go, it's the Lean Green Ninja Team! On the scene, cool teams doing ninja things. So extreme, like the zoo, like laser beams. Get rocked with the Shell Shock Pizza Kings. Can't stop these radical dudes. The secret of the use make the chosen few. Out of the shadows to make them move. The good guys win and the bad guys lose. It's catchy as hell. Okay, so I'm gonna have fun with Raph here.
You know what, I'm just like, oh no, rap in an intro, don't let Mr. Enter hear it.
I mean, you can probably have your own interpretation to this, but honestly, I think TMNT and rap go super well together. It's weird.
I think they do too.
Yeah, like, not only are they teens from New York, but rap has this tendency to make everything seem cooler than it actually is. And it seems to work for the Turtles because, you know, they're teens and it reflects that.
Yeah. The thing too, and like, this is something that, you know, I've eventually grown out of as well, because I was also like a part of that bandwagon where I'm like, oh, there's no such thing as good rap, because the thing is, that's not true.
Absolutely not true.
There is good rap music out there. I mean, listen to Mad World soundtrack. It is almost nothing but rap.
Yeah.
But it's just, it was unfortunately during an era where a majority of rap music was just kind of marginalized under like the same thing that people were just listening to, where it's like, oh, it's all about like, oh, how hard can we abuse our drugs, or how many times can we say the N-word in this song? And because of that, a lot of people got a terrible impression on the genre as a whole.
Yeah, and I'm glad people are starting to grow out of that now.
Yeah.
I will admit, I'm more of a metal guy, but, I know plenty, like, there's plenty of rap songs that I absolutely adore. I can't name a lot of, bands, but everything by Biggie Smalls is just, like, dripping with charisma.
Yeah. Welcome back, Cece.
And actually, funny enough, in the 2007 movie, it's what actually introduced me to Gym Class Heroes, because they actually sang a song for the 2007 CGI movie. It's called Shell Shock. I love it. It's so underrated. It's dumb, it's stupid, but it's Ninja Turtles, and I love it for that.
Yeah.
Speaking of songs that are really good,
Yeah.
a few screws loose. I guess I should talk about Raph. So, actually, this piece of trivia is probably gonna be squicky for some of you, but, there was a point in the comics, you know, when, Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird couldn't really do them anymore, because, you know, that was when the, cartoon was still at large, the 80s cartoon. So they had other people do it, you know, for them in their place. They're non-canon, though, but, there was a point in the comics where, a lot of the turtles except Mikey got super injured, and Raph is among the first. So you want to know how they did our boy Raphael dirty? Not
How?
Raphael. Yeah. Okay. So so they burned his fucking face in half. There was this bad guy who broke into their lair, and Raph found an inert bomb that they left, and it scarred half his fucking face. And I distinctly remember the line he says to Leo to his brothers afterwards, and he looks back and he says, "Tell me, is it bad?" And his eyeball is like sticking out. It's bulging. Half the facial tissue is gone. There's just nothing but muscles and sinew now. And for a while, he had to wear Casey's old mask just to, you know, hide his face so it can heal. And I believe it's also the same instance where he actually got so pissed off he turned into the Shredder.
Cece, are you comfortable over there?
What you doing?
She's getting herself under my blankets.
Oh my god. And then to go back to the other turtles, Donny actually, his body got completely eviscerated, so he had to, like, transfer to a cyborg body, and then he had to wrestle with the trope of, you know, oh, I'm losing my humanity, or I guess my turtle entity, and Leonardo was fighting mutated sewer gators, none of them being Leatherhead, by the way. Mutated sewer gators, and he lost his fucking right arm. Yeah, he did make do with, you know, prosthetic implements so he can still fight, but holy shit! Of course, Mikey was untouched, because you don't hurt Mikey. Mikey is Bean.
So, Jordan, apparently someone has given a helpful tip on how to draw sad anime eyes.
Yes.
Step 1. Draw an Amogus with big shoes.
Okay, goodbye. I've heard enough. Dun, 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 dun. Maybe make his head a little flatter. There we go. Now he looks a bit more like a Grodel. Alright.
You just look so comfy.
You know, out of everything in the Shredder's Revenge soundtrack, It Won't Fly probably is my least favorite song. It's a Stockman stage. I don't know, it just doesn't do it for me. But like one stinker in a soundtrack with like nothing but bangers is impressive.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Here, let me look at Raph's Psy again. Oh, I beefed it.
You beefed it.
Yeah, I beefed it. It's supposed to be in between his fingers, not like levitating in between his index and thumb. What else? I think I already talked about how Partners in Crime like said Raphael, he's the leader of the group in Turtle Power. Great song,
Yeah.
but like that part is like I actively get angry every time I hear it. It's just, no, Leo's the leader. That being said, the Rise version does actually make that idea sorta kinda work. Cause
Yeah.
Raph in that particular universe is actually the eldest of his brothers. So not only is he the leader because, you know, hey, I'm the big guy, that means I'm the leader. So leader on power difference, I guess. But also because, you know, he feels indebted to them. You know, indebted to protect them. As it's his responsibility. So while that version of Raph lacks his classic, you know, anger born out of the realization no one is ever going to accept us as we are, and our dad is likely we're likely gonna outlive our dad. So he like realized the truth, the soonest of his brothers, and that's why he's angry all the time. Like the reason why he's so angry like depends on the adaptation. In 2012, he has this tough image about him because, you know, he has this misguided outlook where, hey, if I teach my brothers how to be tough and I train them to be tough, then they'll be just as tough as me and we can take on anyone. Which is obviously not how it's supposed to be, which he learns as the series goes on. The 90s movie is pretty much the example I listed earlier, where it's like, you know, I want to fit into human society, but they'll never accept us, and that pisses me off. In 2003, 2003, he's just angry. I mean, in his own admission, he's like, why does anyone watch the news? It's all bad. That ticks me off. And then Donnie's like, but Raph, everything ticks you off. Not everything. All right, everything. Yeah. In hindsight, the 80s version of Raph, while funny, doesn't have Raphael's you know, typical anger problem. If anything, listen no further than the theme song. Raphael's cool but rude. So in a way, he's still the meanest of the turtles, but he does it in a different way. He's more sarcastic, if anything. Sorry, I was talking to my parents about what they'll do for their anniversary tomorrow because my group for a project only has time for tomorrow for a meeting. I also had to reset the live stream because Twitch froze up again. Twitch hates you, Crystal. I'm sorry. Twitch has it out for you consistently. You know, I have been thinking about this, but part of me is wondering if I should just go streaming on YouTube again. But then that means it's gonna be an uphill battle for getting monetization, or you know, Because, as we all know, YouTube is nowhere near as accommodating to content creators as Twitch is, but even Twitch has its sore spots.
Yeah.
You know what? Thinking about it more, Twitch is still better in regards to that. Oh, hello, Krang. Oh, if I can talk a little bit about Krang and Rise of TMNT, since, you know, it's been a bit after the movie was released. The movie is beautiful.
Yes.
I haven't seen the series yet at all, but if anything, I could probably watch the movie and still be satisfied. But what they did with the Krang, holy shit. If you don't like body horror, maybe skip the movie, because in this, they're a race of conquering warlords who basically infect the world to make everything exactly like them. And they're bad news, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Like, you do not want to mess with this version of the Krang, because in 2012 they're basically a hive mind of idiots who, when Krang is given a prompt to speak like Krang instead says at this place where the turtles are said to be in this place. Yeah, Donny actually lampshades that, yeah, the Krang are a hive mind. A stupid hive mind! That being said, their methods are horrifying, and if you really think about it, the reason why they are so bad at impersonating humans is because they don't give a fuck. They just want to, you know, turn Earth into another Dimension X. So it's like, yeah, they have human disguises, but they put so low effort into it because, like, humanity's not going to care once we take over the world. It's fine. So that in of itself is horrible. Do you think the first live-action film holds up? Yeah, I actually said earlier that you can watch it by yourself and still enjoy yourself. It's a wonderful movie that holds up even to this day. It's certainly better than any of the Bayverse turtles. Like, for one thing, the Bayverse turtles look like adults. They don't look like teenagers at all. They fucked up there, and they're so big. Why are they so big?
'Cause mutants.
Yeah, but look at these guys. They're mutants, but, you know, they still look like kids.
No,
Like, there's Leo.
it's not
there's
complicated
Mikey,
enough.
There's Donny, and there's Raph.
It's not complicated enough.
Complicated doesn't mean good.
To Bay it does.
And to Kingdom Hearts, it does. Oh. All right. I don't know why, honestly. YouTube and Twitch hate me. With YouTube's live stream, I'm pushed to like 15 minutes away from the live parts, and I had to press the live button again with Twitch, and sometimes it crashes or freezes that I have to restart, and hopefully I can get back. The wrong problem I had to deal with is the ads. Some are not too bad, but others are too long. The special effects are in front of the camera, it knows how to pull out. Yeah, because it's almost like New Line Cinema knew what they were doing. Which, again, I will also mention, they also pulled straight from the comics. Which, actually, a lot of people went into the live-action movie thinking it was going to be just like the 80s cartoon, because, you know, it was big at the time. Let's not forget that. The 80s cartoon was still at large, and when people went into this movie, obviously the kids will love it, but the adults are going like, hey, what the fuck? This is Ninja Turtles. Why are they killing each other? Why is Shredder so scary? Where's Uncle Phil? This is not acceptable, and that's why they made Secret of the Ooze as funny as it is.
They're babies.
Yep, that line. Which is probably why I would probably have a hard time watching Secret of the Ooze, because, you know, I've watched the original movie countless times, and I still adore it. but I don't know. If I were to watch Secret Reviews, I'd probably be thinking like, wait, why aren't they using their weapons? They're ninja. Why aren't they using their weapons? Guys, why are you using sausage links as an nunchaku? You have perfectly workable nunchaku with you. Anyway, not that the movie's bad. It's just, wow, this is what I like to consider an overcorrection.
But
that is a proper use of overcorrection, Johnny. Get over it. Anyway.
Yeah. But also, while we are in fact looking at turtles, I would also like to make mention that it is not just turtles. It is not just the Ninja Turtles we are drawing here.
Mm-hmm.
We are in fact looking at some Pokemon. So perhaps some interesting Pokemon trivia would be interesting too.
Yeah, sure. Since you can speak more freely about it, I'll let you take the helm on that one.
Okay, so, did you know that there are actually some, very interesting, cards in the TCG that were just straight up banned?
What's that?
For one of them was Sabrina's Gaze.
Mm-hmm.
The effect of the card was that, so for Sabrina's Gaze, it made it so each player had to shuffle their hand into their deck and then draw a new hand of the same number of cards in which they had, which put a person at a super significant disadvantage if they only had one card in their hand. So they basically just shuffle a card in their hand and only able to draw one from their deck, whereas the other person probably has like a full hand, so they could just draw a whole new set of 7. It's like, oh, look at that, now I have everything I need. And what do you have? Literally nothing. Also, Kadabra cards were banned for a while.
Oh yeah. Oh, best song in the soundtrack. Hang on.
Yeah.
This is what my head's doing right now. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, but yeah, for a time, Kadabra cards were banned.
Yeah.
And it all has to do with the dumbest lawsuit that Pokemon ever got hit by.
Would it have anything to do with the magician?
Yes.
Oh my god. Yeah.
The guy is like, oh, this guy is clearly infringing on my copyright. Well, what copyright? The copyright of me.
Likeness rights? On a fictional creature that has nothing to do with you?
Yeah. Meanwhile, like Jackie Chan looks at Hitmonchan and literally doesn't say anything about it.
If anything, he probably loved it.
Yeah, and funny enough too, Galarian Obstacoon, who was modeled after Gene Simmons has seen it and he loves it.
Yeah, that's really sweet. We need more people like that.
Yeah, but yeah, Kadabra cards were banned because of that dumb lawsuit that that one magician had, because like, oh, this is clearly infringing on my copyright. But another banned card was the original Misty's Tears Ears card.
Oh, I know why.
Yep, because the original art for the card depicted Misty being topless.
She's 12.
But one of my favorite instances of a banned card is Slow King.
Why is that?
Because it was primarily banned because we fucked up with a translation error.
Oh no, what is that?
So the original, the Neo Genesis Slow King card had an ability called Mind Games. Whenever your opponent plays a trainer card, you may flip a coin. If heads, that card does nothing. Put it on top of your opponent's deck. This power can't be used if Slow King is asleep, confused, or paralyzed. So the original translation for this card was that it had to be in the active zone for this ability to be active.
All right.
We forgot to put that in the translation.
Oh fuck! Yeah, that is a big oops.
So The idea behind this is what people did with this card, is that they'd have 4 Slow King active, meaning every time your opponent used an item card, you got to flip 4 coins. And if at least one of those coins was heads, your opponent had to take that item card and put it back on the top of their deck, basically locking them out of the entire game.
That is not okay.
Yeah, so the only way they could use item cards is the person using the effect would have to get tails 4 times in a row.
No.
And that's every time your opponent wanted to use an item card.
No, I don't think so. No thanks. I would like to actually play the game, thank you. Not be subjected to Yu-Gi-Oh garbage.
Can I play the fucking game?
It's like insert Vinny here saying, "Please let me play my fucking game." Also, question, guys. This is a bit of a general question. So do you want Leo to have a ninjato or a katana? Or a pair of those. So straight edge ninjato or curved edge katana? What do you think?
I feel like the answer to that would be like, which one is he more prominent in being seen with?
In fairness, probably the ninjato.
That's probably what I would do then.
Actually, funny thing, in the 80s cartoon, they say that he's supposed to be using katana, but if you ask me, he seems more so to be using glorified machete.
Yeah.
So like a weird hybrid of the two.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the unfortunate thing with we American white people. We'll see a Japanese sword and instantly think it's a katana.
Oh yeah, and funny thing about Splinter in that show, it's actually the advent of the idea that 2012 Splinter would borrow, and that's, you know, Hamato Yoshi and Splinter being one and the same. Whereas in the comics, Splinter was actually Hamato Yoshi's pet rat who fled to New York after Shredder killed his master, and you know, got mutated there.
Yeah, that's what the 2003 Ninja Turtles did.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did. While it's a touching and heartbreaking story, I just think it saves, you know, one explanation to have Splinter and Yoshi be the same person. Just, you know, Yoshi was mutated into a rat, you know, because, you know, he touched a rat before, and then when he got hit with a mutagen, he turned into a rat. Because that was the last thing he touched. That's how the mutagen works.
Yeah.
Which,
but if you go by the Bay universe, it's a dose of, oh no, you turned into this because cosmic irony.
What? Oh yeah, didn't he also learn ninjutsu from a book?
Yes.
That is not Splinter at all. You're a sham. At least the Rise version of Splinter is a sham because, you know, he was horrified by what he became, and, you know, like, constantly relives his past because he's traumatized to fuck.
Yeah, because his whole thing was that, you know, it was always his destiny to beat the Shredder, but he abandoned that destiny because he wanted to be his own thing, and then eventually lost track of both.
Exactly. And that's why that version of Splinter honestly isn't my favorite, but I understand why he is the way he is. But his mutation is kind of his own fault.
Yeah.
Which is why I hold little sympathy for him. Also, he calls his son's colors. That's horrible.
Yeah. And I thought purple was the funny one.
He isn't. I'm in love with this song, by the way.
And Blue, you're the leader now. Wait, what?
Yeah, that's literally how the show ended. But to their credits, that version of Leo ended up going back into his usual self. And as a Leo fan, I'm thankful for that. But yeah, if if we ever watch Rise together, Leo is probably going to be the hardest one for me to stomach, because they specifically made him, you know, usually the most responsible one, the irresponsible one, who dodges responsibility every chance he gets. And it's, ugh, that's not Leo to me.
This imposter.
Yeah. Yeah, Ninja used anything as a weapon that they could find.
Yeah.
Oh, and, again, don't, maybe don't use, channel points to highlight your message, because, again, I can see you.
Yeah. Like, yeah,
anyway.
Actually, I think there's even been records where occasionally there were times where a ninja would use a gun.
That's true. Ninja constantly adapted to, you know, fit their needs. So while the Ninjato is definitely one of the more prominent weapons, or at the very least their most prominent tool, since not only is it a good weapon, but it's more so good for stabbing as opposed to the katana's you know, slashing. It's meant to be a quick getaway weapon, but it has multiple uses. Like, it can carry medicine in the cap of the sheath. The sheath itself can be used as a snorkel, or they can use it to listen in on conversations. They can use the whole of the sword as a bit of a platform to, you know, ascend buildings. They have a long string that they can use, you know, to not only strap the sword to themselves, but also to, you know, take it with them as they climb buildings. They can use, actually, the string to hold the sword in place as they extend the sword almost out of its sheath, stopping at the tip to use as a probe. And they would walk silently in the darkness to probe enemies, and if it hits something, that's an enemy. And then they can use the string to lasso their arm, so they can go in for the killing blow. It's a really inventive weapon. And the reason they carry Ninjato over Katana, because, you know, Katana are actually heavier than they look.
Yeah.
They're actually really clunky in, you know, infiltration.
Speaking of, apparently gaming journalists like Kotaku are still saying that Ghost of Tsushima is offensive to Japanese people, except it's not.
Even though the guys at Sucker Punch became the ambassadors for Tsushima Island after many Japanese people praised them for making the game. I mean, okay, Big Mac. Again, I talked about this earlier, but just to give those who already heard the story a little bit of a recap. While Ninja were likely to have, you know, gotten rid of all their weapons after, you know, infiltrations, since, you know, it makes sense for their MO, that doesn't mean they didn't use them. And real-life ninja exists, guys. And they commonly use Ninjato for their lessons. So that, to me, indicates, yes, they existed, and there is historical evidence for it. Sometimes just because there's a lack of physical evidence doesn't mean that it didn't exist, because there are practitioners of ninjutsu today. So to say that Ninjato flat out didn't exist, period, is, I'm gonna be blunt here, stupid. It's stupid to think that they didn't exist just because there's no, like, Ninjato in a fucking museum or something. You know? Like, that's like saying, germs don't exist because I can't see them with my eyes. Because if you know where to look, you can find something. Ninjutsu just happens to be one of those things. In fact, one of the dojos for ninjutsu is found in a really obscure place. Like, you have to really know where you're looking to find a ninja hideout. And once you do, you'll know if you found it, you know? So don't be that guy who says, if you can't back it up with evidence, then that doesn't exist. Because, you know, sometimes the lack of evidence is exactly what you need.
No, see, it's like, that's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My sources, I made it the fuck up. Which, I'm not making it up. I'm actually telling you guys the truth. Ninja were secret people, but that doesn't mean they never existed, period. That's foolish to think.
I mean, if anything, them being sneaky is kind of their job.
Yeah.
If you're not sneaky, you're a bad ninja.
Yeah, and the reason we're, you know, learning their secrets now is because, you know, we live in a world that doesn't need ninja anymore. It's that simple, you know? Ninja Ken, however, definitely didn't exist. That is a Hollywood invention. And funny enough, they had Leo use a pair of Ninja Ken in what's considered to be the dullest of the Ninja Turtle movies. The 2007 CGI movie. I mean, I liked it as a kid, but... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, like, I was once like, wait, hold on, what was that one? Then you said the CGI one. I'm like, oh, right, that one.
Honestly, you're not missing much if you don't see it. I will say it probably has my favorite Karai design. Like, Karai is beautiful in that one. But, yeah, anyway, the movie itself, not the best, honestly. Cause
I think the only thing people even really remember from that movie is the Leo and Raph fight.
Yeah, that's the one scene everyone talks about, but even then, the lead up to the fight doesn't make any sense. Like, Leo found out that, you know, Raph is the Night Watcher, and he's like, hey, wait a minute, you can't be a vigilante, that's dangerous. And he's like, wait a minute, why are you risking the safety of our family? Bitch, you are literally a vigilante. Why are you getting on people's case for doing your job for you? Not to mention the argument itself is kind of childish because, you know, it's not often known that this movie is like a soft reboot and soft continuation of the original movie trilogy, where they're supposed to be young adults in this one, and like, why, Leo, why are you getting bent out of shape for Raph doing what you should have done, which is fighting crime?
Because we gotta have conflict.
But more importantly, I'm better than you. Leo wouldn't say that. Come on. He's not that petty. He's not that petty. And to anyone who says he is, you're clearly watching the wrong version of Ninja Turtles.
I like the Michael Bay one. No, you don't.
No, you don't. No, you liked it because you killed time watching it. It's popcorn fun. Like, because, you know, sometimes you watch movies knowing they're gonna be bad, but it helps, you know, pass the time. But that doesn't mean the movie itself is good.
No.
If you're thinking critically about it. Like, that's the live-action Transformers movies. They suck as movies, but, you know, it's fun watching giant robots beat the shit out of each other.
Yeah.
Here we go. Although I think they, like, did kind of overdo it with, you know, Shredder basically being a giant mech suit. And the whole reason for the Shredder armor being the way it is because, you know, then Shredder can, you know, actually stand up to the Turtles, because again, the Turtles are fucking huge in the Michael Bay movies.
Meanwhile, I'm just like, I don't know. I feel like if Bay really wanted to go for the awesome factor, you'd think that it would actually be cooler if you just had this normal dude being able to pick up and chuck around these giant mutant turtles compared to a mech suit.
Yeah, because, you know, the Shredder, at least for a while in the 2012 incarnation, has no enhancements. He's not secretly an alien piloting a robot suit, and he's not a bumbling idiot. He is, you know, a man with a lot of determination and a lot of training. Like, remember, the Shredder is a master of every single ninja discipline out there. He's mastered all of them compared to the Turtles, and possibly even Splinter. So, the dude knows his shit. Which is why, consistently, whenever the Turtles do fight him, the Turtles are often on the losing side. Even Splinter can barely keep up with him. Which, honestly, is way more satisfying when they do beat him in a fight. Because, with the Shredder, you really gotta be on your A game.
Yeah.
Which, you know, that version of Shredder has his own problems, but, I can definitely say that they really got, they really got the stakes with him right. Because when the Shredder shows up, it's like, oh shit, the heroes are kind of in danger now. And look at that. They often barely escape with their lives. It's also the first series to paint Oroku Saki in the right light. Cause, yeah, it's been a few years since, we talked about this, but, the biggest plot twist with the 2003 version of Shredder is that he's actually a guy taking on the mantle. Not just a guy, too, but a criminal Utrom. So, a race of little squid-like brain alien creatures who are normally very peaceful, but this guy, Sharel, is a dangerous war criminal. And he's been masquerading as the Shredder for many years. So, the 2012 incarnation is actually Oroku Saki in the flesh. You know, years since, since the 80s cartoon, since it is Oroku Saki as the Shredder in that cartoon, but he's nowhere near as cool as this one. And he's a revenge-filled maniac. I won't get into too many specifics, but, while his, you know, usual revenge tirades can get a little ridiculous, that's the point, because the man is freaking insane. And,
you don't reason with crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't reason with crazy. So, while it can get repetitive, for Shredder to say, I'm gonna have vengeance on this man, he ruined my life even though you ruined your own life. But that's the thing. We actually see this version of Shredder, you know, lose his mental stability the more this goes on. And, in a way, it's... You can kind of feel sorry for him, because none of this would have happened if he just calmed down and talked to, you know, Splinter about this. Because, in this show specifically, he and Hamato Yoshi were raised as brothers.
And you know something, Jordan, if you want another instance to really show just how dangerous Shredder can be, man went toe-to-toe with Batman.
And won. And I think he nearly won against him again, too, because, Batman had to have Raph bail him out.
Yeah, but Shredder got rid of his utility belt.
He did. Any last words?
Cowabunga.
What?
Cowabunga? Buh, in your dumb face, Shredhead.
Yeah. I actually need to see that movie sometime. Funny thing though, Eric Bauza ended up voicing Leo in that in that movie, and Eric Bauza is not only the voice of Splinter in Rise of TMNT, he's also the voice of probably my favorite new villain in the franchise, Tiger Claw. Tiger Claw is so cool.
Actually, what's funny is that in Batman vs. TMNT, they actually take the idea that Bay had for the ooze mutation, but they actually made it cool.
Yeah?
Yeah, because the whole thing is like, oh, the way that the mutagen mutates use, oh, look, irony, but like, they go at it in such a cool way because the designs for some of the inmates in Arkham when they're mutated are actually really fucking dope.
All right.
Like Mr. Freeze is a polar bear.
Mm-hmm.
Two-Face is a two-faced cat.
All right.
Harley Quinn is a hyena.
Yeah, to reference Bud and Lou.
Yeah. Poison Ivy just kind of became a plant monster.
You know what? That makes sense. Wait a minute. Does that mean she's this version's snakeweed? Ah.
Yeah. Scarecrow is literally a crow.
Mm-hmm.
And Joker is a viper.
That surprisingly makes a lot of sense.
Which, like, Doug Walker, I know you say that he should probably be something with more teeth like an alligator or something, but let's also not forget here. A viper also makes sense because the Joker is toxic.
Once a snake, always a snake. Ever thought of that?
Yep. And, when they gave the mutagen to Batman, he turns into Man-Bat.
Oh, Batman gets mutated?
Yes, temporarily.
Oh, shit. Oh, same mutation as Terry in Batman Beyond, actually.
Yeah, because what Joker does is that he collaborates with Ra's al Ghul and Shredder, because they're trying to think of a way to they were hoping the Joker was trying to find a way to enhance the ooze formula, and he finds a way to do it by combining the ooze with his Joker venom.
Oh no.
Yes.
Yeah. Lesser known fact about the Joker, he's a brilliant chemist.
Yeah. Oh, also, I forgot. Bane is a tiger.
He is?
Yeah, Bane gets mutated into a tiger, so he's a tiger wrestler.
Oh shit.
Like, that's so fucking good.
That's amazing. Actually, one thing I do know about, the movie is that apparently Mikey thinks, Batman's Rogues Gallery is amazing.
Yes.
Yeah, Mikey goes full out nerd in this movie.
Yes.
Actually, yeah, to go back to my Leo is not boring, TED Talk. Even Leo is impressed by the Batmobile because he's going over to check out what his brothers are seeing, in one of Gotham's many alleys, and he's like, guys, what is it? This better be good. Shows the Batmobile.
How much you think that thing cost? My soul, probably, because I'd pay that.
Yeah, my soul probably, because I'd totally pay that. Actually, you mentioned Doug Walker not understanding the mutations. Mikey and Raph, believe it or not, have that exact conversation in TMNT 2012 when Snakeweed first mutates.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, so they see him in his mutated form, and then Mikey pulls Raph aside and says, "That's weird. You'd think he turned into a snake." What? How does that make sense? Because his name is Snake. What? You don't understand science. Wait a minute. Does that mean Mikey officially has Doug Walker's intelligence level? Oh god. Oh man.
I think that's an insult to Mikey.
Sierra, how could you? Don't turn our baby boy into an idiot.
I mean, hey, I'm pretty sure. It's like, listen, Mikey may be a simple boy, but I'm pretty sure, unlike Doug, he would understand the plot to Princess and the Frog.
Honestly, I think Mikey would love Princess and the Frog.
Yeah. Daily reminder, you people, Doug Walker proclaimed that the plot to Princess and the Frog is too complicated.
A prince turns into a frog, and a lady turns into a frog too, and they're trying to become human again. What's so confusing about that?
Because there's so many rules, they're trying to change them back.
Maybe if you paid attention to the movie, they'll tell you! Yeah, too complicated? What? I don't know, Crystal, but apparently he thinks that way.
Yep.
So this man really out here going like, okay, can you explain everything to me from everything?
Yes.
Like, bitch, you probably knew what was going on, but you're just saying that just to get views.
Yeah. I mean,
in fact, this music is playing as I come to your house, Doug Walker, and beat the shit out of you! Anyway. And I thought his reviews of a few other movies was bad. This is the same guy who loves Kung Fu Panda and Avatar. And yet he doesn't understand the plot to Princess and the Frog. What? How can you love something that is genuinely smart and intelligently written and heartfelt, but not understand Princess and the Frog, which is a simpler plot?
Jordan, it's like, here's a cursed fun fact for you, Doug. For every time you're not going forward, I'm getting closer.
Da 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 da. Shell Shock, I love that song. Not the Bay version, the Gym Class Heroes version.
For a second, I thought we were about to get hit with Sonic Mania music.
No, we're not. That's in the Shredder's Revenge soundtrack because T-Lopes composed it.
Yeah.
Mega Ram also helped out in, well, at the very least, in the song "It's a Pizza Party."
Yeah, I thought it's like, oh, wait, are we about to listen to Studiopolis?
No, we're not. I mean, the start could be the inspiration for Studiopolis, though.
Yeah.
Then again, this is the same guy asking why Sailor Moon couldn't turn into Godzilla to kill the bad guy with the pen, when that pen item is actually a disguise pen. It's a mistranslation. He didn't bother to double check his research. Yet he researched the age of consent laws in Japan. So where are his priorities really?
Doug Walker's stupid.
And possibly hiding something. Be right back. Buying a Ninjato.
I'm not gonna make assumptions.
All right, that's fair. But I'm also going to keep an eye open.
Yeah, because I feel like a lot of people's problems when it comes to that is people are just way too quick to suddenly throw out that label at people.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Is like, definitely be sus. That's fine, but like outright accusing them is like, no.
It's inaccurate. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, unless you can like legitimately prove it.
Yeah. But then it's another can of worms when they're legitimately not like that, but they're so bad at talking to people that they accidentally incriminate themselves.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's just a communication problem in general. Like,
yeah.
That's not something I'm gonna incriminate them for.
Yeah, people have gone to jail for worse, though.
Yes.
So anyway, getting out of that topic.
Yeah.
Did I mention
how
how I
about
hate that Sailor
turtles?
Moon review? Yeah. How about turtles? I like turtles. Did you... actually, I have another bit of trivia for you guys. Did you know that the original species for the turtles is the red-eared slider? Some people say they're based off of box turtles, but Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird did go on record to say that they were originally based off of red-eared sliders, which... Funny enough, in Rise of TMNT, since they're based off a different turtle species, Leonardo is the only one to keep his original species.
Yeah, and funny enough, Mikey became the box turtle.
Yeah. I want to say they based the 90s turtles off of box turtles.
Yeah.
No, then again, they probably used red-eared sliders for that one scene. Because they do go into the origin story of the turtles in that movie. And they showed the turtles as babies, and I think they were distinctly red-eared sliders. But yeah, like, I just remembered falling in love with the animatronics of that movie because, like, holy shit, Jim Henson's puppetry was masterful. Even to this day, like, you can tell that it's their handiwork, but I would go so far as to say that along with Dark Crystal, it's probably their finest work. Because these guys are in full-scale suits. With working masks that, can express emotions and all that. They can even make the turtles cry. But actually, funny thing about that, because there's a bit of a story for this. There was this, there's this interview between the turtles and this one talk show host. She was... she closed off the interview asking them a question, going like, "Do you know who your parents are?" And then Donny, who was supposed to cry, his suit malfunctioned, and, he was supposed to be shedding tears there, but the suit ended up failing, and so he's, like, actually gushing out tears. But the actor made it work, and, like, stayed in character the whole time. So he's, like, bawling his eyes out, and he's just going, like, "I'm dehydrating!" That is some amazing improv if I've ever seen one. But yeah, Crystal, to go back real quick on the worst reviews Doug Walker's ever done. I like to think that most reviews he makes of stuff he doesn't understand tend to flop because, well, he didn't do his research, so naturally it's not gonna be fun. So it's like, why not go into research before you dive into a topic? Like,
cough, Pokemon.
Exactly. Yeah, that's literally what I was about to say. Like, while he may be right in saying that calling your first movie the first movie expecting sequels is kind of a risky move, Pokemon at the time is still a very successful was like a juggernaut of a franchise. So why wouldn't they make more movies of it? But anyway, to go into the movie, cherry picking problems that probably weren't there in the first place is the wrong way to do a review. Like, you gotta think of everything, not just what appeals to you.
Yeah. Yeah. And, the other thing I also want to point out, too, because it's something that he's not the first one to like, try to bring this up as an issue, where he's like, oh, isn't it hypocritical that this franchise talks about how, oh, it's bad to force these guys to fight, but that's literally what the franchise is all based on in the games and everything. And I'm just like, Doug, there's a difference between a sportsmanship match and an outright bloodbath. Guess which this falls under.
Yeah, and how do you know that Pokemon aren't, in battle, aren't consistently holding themselves back for the benefit of their trainers? Ever thought of that? So, like, of course a Garchomp isn't going to use an actual Earthquake to take down, say, I don't know, Goodra. Because that would be dangerous. Instead, they would use, like, a nerfed version of that to, keep up the competition. And, not endanger the lives of, potential people watching. Now, wild Pokemon, I can understand, being more dangerous because, they're just throwing wild moves out of the blue to, protect themselves. They're wild Pokemon. They're basically operating as wild animals, so they're defending themselves with whatever they can use.
Yeah. Anyway, Jordan, I hate to leave you like this, but I do gotta get din-dins, and then I gotta start getting ready for work.
Yeah, alright.
So, I'll see you later. Enjoy the turtles. And also, Jordan, I have 2 more shiny Eternatus codes. Do you want one?
No.
Okay.
Alright, thanks for asking, though.
Yeah. Well, bye.
Bye. Cowabunga. Alright. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, da 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 da. Ninja Turtles, I have shall and the green. When the evil Strider attacks, boys don't cut him no slack. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Who's all here, by the way? He's on a Tambo does machines. Raphael's school of ruin. Michelangelo's a party doom. Teenage Turtles, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So I'm totally gonna title this piece when it's done Teenage Mutant Ninja Squirtles. Because what's a turtle in the Pokemon world? Actually, I'm actually kind of in the mood to play Shredder's Revenge after this. Would you guys be interested in watching me play that? Probably. You know what? Probably not tonight, but probably for next stream. You know, the one thing I haven't done in Shredder's Revenge yet is co-op, but that's assuming I can get one of my friends to, you know, purchase the game so we can play together. And I would highly recommend it because Shredder's Revenge is a fantastic game, even if you aren't a Turtles fan. Compared to the other incarnations, I can't list as many trivia facts about the 80s cartoon, but, well, I can list one now. That little jingle you heard was actually the Channel 6 theme from the cartoon. So that's cool. But yeah, another thing too about Shredder's Revenge is I haven't played as all the characters yet. I did a run exclusively with April, because out of everyone, I like the way she controls the best. She's definitely my main there. I think I've been doing a Leo run. And yeah, the hardest thing right now is getting used to the other characters, because again, I love the way April handles. She isn't that strong, but the thing that gets you about her is oh, she's a speedy character, so that means she must be really weak. No, the frequency she can land her combos is insane. So the fact that she's supposed to be a fragile speedster doesn't matter, because she can land so many combos on people, it's crazy. And she's also really dangerous in the air, so like use your aerial strikes whenever possible, because they'll serve you well with April. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Yeah, can't get the tail right. Da, 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 da. Oh yeah, and I'm totally giving Mikey here freckles when we're done. Ooh, that was perfect. I like that. Okay, that turned out well. All right. Okay, so this one is a bit weird, but you know how most incarnations of the turtles like had them have like 2 toes? 2012 is the first one that gave them, you know, the proper 3 toes, you know, as turtles are expected to have. Because, you know, they always had three fingers, but never, like, 3 toes. It's odd. It's not one of those things that you think about too much, but once you notice it, it's like, I'm gonna give him a bit of a bit. I think we're gonna give him a bandana after all. That makes sense. Wait, hold on. Almost done with the line art. Actually, in the event something bad happens, let's save this. Let's save this as... Yeah, keep it simple. Yeah, it really is. But yeah, I think part of the funk of me and streaming is that I guess I've reached the point where starting them at 7 isn't really the best time anymore, so I guess I'm gonna reel it back to earlier in the day. So far 5 seems to be working, but I guess we'll just wait and see. Oh wait, I got this. There we go. All right, and Raph. Da, 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 da. Man, I haven't talked in a while, have I? Sorry, guys. I'm still here. I've just been focusing on this. Yeah, I've been real into this. Alright, that works. Yeah. Da, 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 da. Then oh, I just remembered another fun fact about Raph. In the 2012 incarnation, Raph is the one who consistently uses other weapons other than a Sai. Specifically, throwing stars and smoke pellets and all that. He's also the one who's the most in tune with animals compared to his brothers. Just don't pit him against cockroaches and he'll be fine. Being a little quiet because I was getting all the soda cans in my house washed, crashed, and recycled since we'll have some friends and family over for the next few days. Well, that's fine. Alright. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Oh. I hit the wrong command key. Oops. There we go. Don't want to save it yet. Now I want to save it. Ugh. All right. I don't know about you, but I think we might be ready to do this. I have an idea. All right. All right. We almost got this. Actually, I think Mikey's mask is gonna really pop out with Squirtle's normal color scheme, because, you know, they're already complementary colors, so I think this is gonna turn out really cool. Another idea just came to me. Hang on. What if their bands? What if their bands had colors too? Like, the same color as their, masks anyway. I'm not sure the song is safe to listen to, but we didn't get a strike last time, so I'm gonna say it is safe. Indeed, I squish turtles like a tack girdle. Oh, I forgot to give him a thing. Sorry, Leo. Hang on. Na 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 na. Da na 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 na. Da na 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 na. Da na na da. Ya na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Let's see how this looks, Leo. I think I'm gonna go for it. All right. Here we go. Yeah, I like this idea. All right. I'm gonna do this for all the turtles then. I'm sorry, all the Squirtles. It wasn't a half show. Alright, so... I'm gonna switch to a different soundtrack, but you want to hear something weird? Alright, so stream's gonna dip, but hopefully that's fine. So I checked the DMCA checker on this, and, turns out it's actually fine to play. So, hang on. Switch this off for now. And then we're probably gonna switch to, back to Morrowind, or Elder Scrolls music again. Alright, found it. So, believe it or not, this is the opening theme for Back to the Sewers, which is the technical final season of the 2003 incarnation of the Turtles, based off the 2007 movie. It was a season. So let's listen. Oh, damn it. Alright, hang on. So, exit. And play again. There we go. This is kind of solid, not gonna lie. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Yeah, real short, but yeah, it's I don't know how to explain it. I like it. I just do. Hold on. Come on, YouTube. You can do it, buddy. Come on. There you go. And I figured more relaxing music would help with, the fact that we're almost done with this. Yeah, I never saw Back to the Sewers when it was on, but I became aware of it years later, and from what I've heard, not a lot of people like it. It's not bad, but it's certainly not great either. Though apparently, one of Shredder's old henchmen, Hun, is a hardcore gamer, and that is probably the best thing ever. It's stupid, it's nonsensical, but it's Ninja Turtles, and I love it. Yeah, I missed a few spots with Mikey here. I'll go back and fix them after this. Hush, Belly, I'll feed you in a bit. Yeah, see, it's in my head now. And from what I remember, the opening theme for Back to the Sewers was actually voted on by fans. Like, they had a bunch of songs lined up for fans to pick, and the one that we listen to now was the one that won. And honestly, great choice. That is honestly a really, really good choice on the fans' part. Okay, then we go to Donatello. Funny thing, I have actually been contemplating, just for fun, making Leonardo as a D&D character, because there's a perfect race for him for that. I talked about it a little bit to Ryan on one of the Pokemon streams. What the hell? The bitch ass? Oh, that's okay. I was just talking about D&D. That's fine. Anyway. Yeah, I was telling Ryan about, the Turtle race, in D&D, which is exactly as you think it is. They're a race of, turtle people, and, their racial traits starting out basically gives you unarmored defense with a stat of 18. That is enormous for first level. And the cool thing is you can still get like benefits of a shield. So shields in Dungeons & Dragons bump up your AC by 2, meaning you could start with an AC of fucking 20 starting out. Like, talk to your dungeon master if they think that's okay, because for a level 1 party, that's ridiculous. For a level 3 party, it's still broken, but it's still pretty nice. Or maybe you can make a turtle, well, you can maybe talk to your dungeon master about your turtle possibly having a broken shell, so that way you can nerf it a bit. Even so, that's like, holy shit. And you can even withdraw into your shell to raise your AC even more. So, yeah, that being said, if I were to make Leonardo, then his class would totally be, Shadow Monk multiclassed into Fighter, Samurai. Because, the thing with Leo is that he's the most spiritual of the turtles. And at least as far as 2003 is the 2003 incarnation is concerned, he is a strict practitioner of Bushido, which is a samurai code of honor, but Leonardo practices it for he practices it in the context of the 2003 incarnation, since it fits his leadership style the most. But yeah, like 20 AC starting out, that's insane. Not a lot of people who are experienced in playing D&D anyway play level 1 anymore, but imagine if you were a level 1 character and your AC is that high. I would totally recommend Turtles for people who are, you know, experienced in D&D enough to know the way around it. But yeah, Shadow Monk Samurai Sorcerer for Leo. Obviously, he would excel in 2-weapon fighting. I think he'll start as a fighter first, and then for the most of it, he'll just go into monk. But then I think he'll have at least 3 levels in samurai. And then for the rest of his class, he'll just be a shadow monk. Because, you know, ninjas. I would totally say rogue works too, since, you know, ninjas are sneaky and they rely on sneak attacking, so maybe a little bit of rogue in there too. I'm not entirely sure how the build is gonna work, but rogue or shadow monk is definitely a good pick for all the turtles, really. And Fighter is definitely a solid choice for them all too, as well as Rogue. But who dips into what the most is something I'll have to figure out for myself. But I think it would be a fun exercise to get into one of these days. Damn it. Sorry, Donny. And let me add some stretch marks here. There we go. By the way, New York Comic Con just had announced that on October 6th at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, they are going to show the teaser trailer of Super Mario Brothers film that's releasing April 7th, 2023. Oh. Oh, we're finally going to get footage of the movie. Okay. Let's hope it's good at least. Oh god. I just reminded myself of something stupid. Hang on. I'll get to it in a bit. I just need to get Raph's stuff situated. Yeah, God, I hope it's good. God, I hope it doesn't suck. God, we need good video game movies. I mean, yeah, Sonic and Detective Pikachu were good. But they also had the similar premise of, hey, we're in the real world. Well, okay, Sonic took it a bit further than Detective Pikachu, to be fair, but that shouldn't make or break a video game movie. And hopefully the Mario movie will just set everything in the Mushroom Kingdom, and that's it. Although I still can't hear Mario as Chris Pratt at all. It's me, Mario. Sorry, okay, hang on. Let me color Raph here, and then okay. So, give me a sec here, chat. Plug in the mouse, and then we start looking. Okay, first things first. Pause the music. All right. So there's a particular clip from Vine Sauce that just came to mind when you brought up the Mario movie, and occasionally I keep coming back to it. All right. Okay, here we go. Vinny reacts to Mario movie. And let me pause the desktop audio so it doesn't pick up an ad, which is very likely to happen. Okay, hang on. Gotta make sure we can actually show this too. Let's see here. All right. No. I don't want to make a folder. I want to make a screen capture. Okay, screen capture, add source. And we're gonna show this. Oh, damn it, come on. Here we go. All right.
Another one. In action on the big screen. you know.
But today, I also wanted to reveal
Here we
our
go.
key cast members who will be voicing Mario and his friends in the movie.
No shit.
First,
What?
of course, is
Oh,
Mario,
what?
who will be played by Chris Pratt.
What do you mean? I'll do it.
So cool.
What?
Mario will be talking a lot in the movie.
It's so cool.
Please look forward to Mario as performed by the very talented Chris-san. Next, Princess Peach will be played by Anya
Yeah,
Taylor-Joy.
that makes sense.
I can't wait to see a very spirited Princess Peach.
Okay.
Mario's little brother Luigi will be played by Charlie
No
Day.
fucking way.
I'm excited for
I
you
hope
to
this
see
is
their
stupid,
timid
Miss
siblings
Sylvia!
appear on screen.
Here we go. Oh wait,
Bowser will be
The
played
fuck
by the one
timeline
and
do we
only
live in?
Jack
I don't
Black.
even have.
I'm expecting a monster performance by Jackson.
You take a couple of the coins, you
Here we
throw
go,
them
here we-
away.
The comedian
I keep forgetting
Keegan
where
Michael
it
Key
is.
is Toad. What is this world?
I'm looking forward to great comedic moments.
Come on.
Even though this
Yes!
is a Mario movie,
Hey
Donkey Kong
Mario,
will
I just
also
wanted to
make
let
an
you
appearance.
know that,
He will be
like,
played
when there
by
were
Seth Rogen.
barrels, I was just smoking a lot of weed and I had to throw them out.
I don't know why, but I love it. Oh yeah, it's even the most replayed part of the video. Hang on. We need to hear it again. I'm sorry. We need to hear it again. I cannot survive until I hear it again.
Even though this is a Mario movie,
Hey
Donkey Kong
Mario,
will
I just
also
wanted to
make
let
an
you
appearance.
know that,
He will be
like,
played
when there
by
were
Seth Rogen.
barrels, I was just smoking a lot of weed and I had to throw them out.
How do I find this funny?
And of course, Charles Martinet, who has voiced Mario and many more Nintendo characters in our games over
Yes.
the years, is also involved.
He's
And will
in,
be appearing in surprise cameos in the movie.
he's involved.
He's involved. Anyway. I just wanted to get that out of the way. Cause I was gonna think about it for the rest of the night. And not that. What am I saying? I'm still gonna think about it. Hey Mario, I just wanted to let you know. So dumb. Okay, let's keep coloring the Squirtles. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Sorry, the Squirt. Their species keeps changing. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Squirtles. That is this team's name. Oh wait, no. I was about to color the plaster in the wrong color. Oops. There we go. Damn, everything's blending together better than I thought it would. Wow. Wow. Ooh. have an idea. Wait, what's going on here? Why is nothing working? Alright, hang on. That is the right color, right? Oh, I'm an idiot. It's on the wrong layer. That said, I do have another idea. There we go. Alright, Mikey I'm excited about. Wait, hang on. Which reminds me, for the longest time, Michelangelo's name was actually misspelled to high heaven. So, sorry, Mike, I'm gonna use your face as a writing board. So, for the longest time, his name was spelled... Michael and then Angelo. When in reality, it's, this, you know, Michelangelo, like Michelangelo. But then eventually, by, Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird's own admission, they changed the name after doing their research. I think it wasn't until 2003 when, they made that change. perfect. Hang on a bit. Oh, wait, hang on. Missed a spot. You know, Donny isn't turning out half bad either. He's really not. Huh. Idea. I know they're probably markings, but what if... Glad you got food. I'll probably eat in a little bit. Just gotta get this done. Yeah, it really is. Alright. Okay, this is potentially stupid, but let's borrow a little bit from Turtwig's color. Put it on the bow staff. I also want to double check. Okay, so Leo and Raph's text is above them. Mikey and Donnie's are below them. Alright. Ah. Bless me. Thanks. Yeah, I think you're right. Just needs a couple more touches and then it should be good. final time. Yeah, almost done here, guys. Huh, we've been going for 4 hours. New record, given how short my streams have been lately. All right. I think we can still just about do it. All right. I think we're gonna call this done. Okay, saving this and boom. All right. I'm gonna upload this tomorrow, but for those of you who are in the Discord, you get to see this early. So, yeah. I guess I'll just see you guys next time. I am going to eat dinner before it gets too late, and, yeah. Thanks for hanging out.